Howdy, folks. For the people in the chat, just let me know if the audio's too loud or whatever, and I can adjust that. Let's get our Pomodoros on here. Hey VF, how's it going, buddy? You're always in here, man. What are you working on today, bud? Hey, yeah, no problem. Yeah, with flats, it's so weird, man. Like, also, let me know about the audio if the music's too loud or whatever. But yeah, with flats, it's so weird because I don't know about you, but there comes a point when you start doing them. You're like, I just want this to be done, so you start trying to find like shortcuts and stuff. Yeah, thank you. Okay, perfect. Hey, James. Thanks, man. Yeah, see you in a bit, bud. Shredder's almost done here. That went pretty quick. Have him standing on the just to let them know, who's boss. So how's the comic stuff coming along, James? What was the last thing you said you don't realize? Was it the writing, or you finished the writing and the logo? Yes, sir. You messaged me the other day there. I'm out at work, so it's hard for me to reply. So sorry if I just like randomly disappeared. Give me a second here. I'm gonna find some more music. The retro chill, dark wave. That's pretty good. Cyber power. Party mix. Need for speed. Vocal jams. Smooth. Man, there's so many good music. Let's try Need for Speed.
I'm Sid. And I'm Nate. And we're going on Tim's run.
Are you supposed to write? Oh, yeah. Well, that sucks, man. Drawing's one thing, right? Like sitting down to draw, whatever, right? Like it's tough. Can be tough. But writing, yeah. I don't know if that's just because, I don't know about you. Like I don't write that much. So if it's just, you know. Feel like there's inadequacies of just skill. Plus the pressure of doing it. Yeah, it's tough. I'm still missing stuff. Okay. So what's your writing method? Is there a tutorial or anything that you've read for writing and stuff? I think we got that now. Hey, Will. How's the drawing going today, bud? Writing, doing the art require different brain parts. Yeah, you know what? That's why I find like writing with the note cards and like the plot stuff is. Or actually, what should I say? There's a few artists that I follow. Jersey Drozd. I talk about him all the time. Sort of writes, I want to say it's like how an artist would write, or it just feels like it, where it's you draw the plot sort of thing, and then you sort of draw the in-betweens of that, and then you sort of figure the dialogue out as you go, in a way. It's almost like, yeah, literally just drawing it out. I don't know. Sitting in front of like a word processor and just typing is it's scary stuff. Oh, those are to let you guys know about the Pomodoros. So, got about 5 minutes left, and then we're taking a 5-minute break. Each Pomodoro is about 25 minutes of work. Yep. People were asking. You should be able to hear me. Oh, do you really? Oh, wow. Trying to use it was. It's tricky, man. The reason I ask is because I obviously struggle with it too. So whenever I can find other people that are doing the goods, sometimes you can get like little tips and stuff from people, right? So good luck, man. I'd say I envy you, but in a lot of ways I don't. Like you're writing, right? So I envy you because of that. It's just somewhat. It's tough, man. It's tough stuff. All right, let's do some Krang action next. Maybe we'll turn Shredder off. We don't need him. So we got a long drawing day ahead of us here, guys. On my day job, we get like every second Friday off, which is really awesome for doing personal work and stuff. So I still consider it a work day, but we get to do this cool stuff. So we're going to be working on this here, finishing up the bad guy side of the print. So we already did the good guy side. I think it's on YouTube, or I can't. It's like an 8-hour video or something. It's like still processing. I hope it doesn't just die out, but it's a long video. So that should be up there too. And then today we're going to ink the Mega Man piece, and then the DC Comics one too. And then that just leaves this to be inked, which is next week. And then we'll be getting into the coloring, which I'm still not sure if I'm going to outsource to somebody else or not. I'm still debating. The Mega Man one will be real fun to color. These kinds of things here, these bigger ones, a little bit more scary. So we'll see. Oh, maybe was I? Hey, bud. No, I haven't. I actually had to kill my pull file at the comic book store. Just try to save more money, you know how it goes. But no, I haven't. What is the TMNT universe stuff? I saw some pictures for it. I've seen some art. Or covers, I should say. We're just gonna add a bunch of little like detail here to Krang's suit, just to make it feel a little bit more. This music's sick. Okay, let's save this up here, and I'll put Shredder on screen so people coming in got something to look at. So that buzzer went off for those of you that don't remember and are new to the stream. We're doing the Pomodoro stuff. I'll say it a couple more times, probably like once an hour or something. So whenever that goes off, we work for 25 minutes, and then we take a 5-minute break. Just keep the energy high. If anybody was here last week when we were doing the turtle side of this illustration, you remember me saying like, man, I just want to keep working. I got the energy now and stuff like that. But once it got to like hour 8 or 9, it was getting burnt out. And if it wasn't for those breaks, it's harder to slowly build that that habit of just sitting there and working, you know. So anyway, I'll be right back, and I will talk to you guys in a sec. Alright, let's turn that off here. Let's get rid of that Pomodoro action. Oh yeah, please do, Will. I think you gave it to me once before, but no, I don't use Comixology at all. Maybe I should. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, if you're able to hook me up, sweet. I'll take a look at that. I appreciate it. No, they don't let. Well, I don't know if they let me use the Pomodoro. I just do it anyway, without them knowing, because it's a weird thing to ask, I guess. But since I work at a computer, it's pretty easy to take a 5-minute break. It's the longer ones that I don't take. You know, like after the 4 Pomodoros, which is 2 hours, where you take like a 15-minute break. I don't do that one. Sometimes I might go up to 10 minutes, but it sounds weird until you actually start using it. And if all you're doing is focusing, like right now I'm talking, right? So I'm not drawing right now, so that's how it slows it down. Actually, let's get this going. But as long as that's all you're doing is just focusing on that, you get a lot of work done. I find anyway. Balancing art is rough. It seems like you either have no social life or you get no work done. Is balancing possible? I think it is possible. It's just I found, I've been doing this for a long time now, that for me the easiest way to do it is to let the people in your life know that, especially your girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever, let them know that when it's work time, it's work time. You can still, chit chat and stuff, but I can't hang out or watch TV with you and all that stuff until my work is done, and have like a block of work, and just commit to just the work, right? What that does is also do the same thing with your social life. So it makes it, for me anyway, if I go, okay, I get like 2-3 hours, whatever, a night to socialize, and that's kind of high, unless I've been doing what I'm doing right now, where it's all day I've been working, where the evening is my own kind of thing. But when it's social time, even if it's an hour or 2 hours, just devote yourself to that, and people will remember that, and they'll feed off that, and they'll appreciate that more, that you're there. You're not there thinking about work. And when you're at work, don't be thinking about socializing. That's worked for me. Just keeps things balanced, keeps it as balanced as it can get, because you are right. When we are drawing, it takes an extremely long amount of time. Alright, let's get our timer going. Let's do it. Alright, see you, big guy. Let's get back to Krang. I'm almost going with a little bit of like a sentinel thing with him too. Your wife refuses to see it as work even if it was paid. Well, I would say the tough part on that is that it's your wife. So she's not wrong. She's not right. Somewhere in between. Although, it's actually, this might get a little weird. It's funny. You know how people change over time, right? Like, let's say you got married and you were a salesman or something, right? Or a mechanic. But deep down inside, you've always wanted to be an artist. And you just start to get around, I don't know, 40 years old, 50 years old. You're like, you know what? I'm tired of living as a mechanic. And I just want to try living as an artist. I want to give it one shot not before I die. That gets a little grim, but you know what I'm talking about. And your significant other, they might not see it that way, right? They might start going like, well, who's this person that I married? With the stability and all that stuff. But you're just not happy. And I don't want to tell other people what love is or what it should be, because nobody knows. This is just coming from me. But I would say or what I would look for anyway. It's a little difficult. I gotta be careful what I'm saying here. I don't want to offend. But should understand what it is you're trying to do. And if you're saying that it's as serious as work, then maybe they're just not clear on what exactly that means. And you got to be a little bit more clear about it. But they should respect it, husband or wife, or boyfriend or girlfriend. And if they don't, like if you're in a relationship, you're not married, and they refuse to see it, then I would question staying in that relationship. When you're married, it's different. You guys are meant to be, right? And all that good stuff. So anyway, and you live in an area that just looks down all forums, well, let's give you a little bit of hope here. You get to live at a time with the internet. You're in a stream right now with some other artists. I don't really socialize with other artists outside of this area either. They're there, but oh man, this jam is sick so far. I went to a thing. It was like a drink and draw, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. A lot of really cool people there, but I felt like they were trying to get something a little different. They just wanted like people to, like, fellow artists to hang out with and stuff, and that's cool. I think I was looking for a little bit more people that were a little bit more serious about it, about the craft, you know. So I have to just stick with people online and stuff, which is fine. Still get you what you need to do. Plus, if you're digital, right, and you don't have like a portable device to get around, digital's good, man. But I hear you. I don't want to like make it sound like boo-hoo to you. It sucks for sure. Because it would be nice to have like a little studio, you know, or like of like-minded artists that are all making comics or whatever it is you're into, you know. And you guys are all just kind of hanging out, like, hey, so what new comic did you read? Or just bros, you know, just bros. Hey, Lars. Love is like candy, makes you feel all good. Then you look down, you feel. That's good. So what you're saying is, after said deadlines, you go out and hang out with fellas, for example, then they don't see you for another 2 months. No, I mean, it depends what you do. Like, if you're working as an artist 100% full time, I think you should be able to hit deadlines. There's really no excuse except yourself, right? Like, that's not to say that the work's easy. It's the hardest job in the world. Not in the world, but it's very difficult to stay motivated to draw lines like I'm doing or whatever you're doing, right? Like, it sucks, and our minds like to do as much as they can to stay distracted. There's a new video game coming out, a new movie, or hanging out with friends, right? Like, there's so many things that can keep you distracted, and your brain will do everything it can to keep you there. And you got to do what you can to stay focused and sitting down, right? So for some people, yeah, it means, you know, okay, they start telling all their friends, I want to hang out with you, but it's not until the last 4 days of the month when I'm not working on 22 pages or something like that, you know? But that's the reality of the business. And then the other side is just be vigilant about your deadlines and know, like, life's going to come up no matter what. You're going to get sick. Girlfriend or boyfriend's going to leave you. You're going to get a divorce. Your cat's going to die. You're going to go, you know, like, there's so many things that are going to happen that it's tough. But if you don't stay disciplined enough to sit down and keep working, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. Like, when I was doing freelance, when I finally decided to go, I'm going to do freelance, I screwed it up. I'd always go, well, tomorrow I could do it. I'd play games or just do nothing. It was really a shame, to be honest. And now I'm a little older, a little wiser. Deadlines are super important. And you got to be vigilant on them, man. Oh my god. But it's fun. I know it sounds kind of like gloomy and stuff, but like, just think about what you get to do. Think about what you get to do, and it sort of offsets a lot of the bum out. But some people, they need that social aspect of their life, right? And if you need it, then, you know, just do what you got to do. Maybe your art style, you got to pull it back. Like Will is a great example. He can say this as well. I don't want to speak for him, but if you're drawing, right, and I've pulled back on rendering and stuff, right? I just do line weights and line art like this, and that saves me more time. Might not be the best art, but I enjoy it, right? And it keeps me drawing. So you just gotta find little ways to, stay drawn. Deadline, yeah. Oh, you got that onion underarm smell? The next break is in about 20 minutes. You're starting to decay, are you? Okay, we'll leave that hand there. We'll start working on this stuff. Rick, my previous girlfriend, after we had been together for 6 months, she knew where my focus and goals for my future was. She supported it at first, but then attempted to ruin it. She got My girlfriend said something similar. Not. I don't know if it's 100%, but people that don't do. I would say I don't. I can't speak for people that paint, right? Only comic books and that sort of illustration and stuff. And the amount of time it takes, I don't think anybody could actually. You could tell people you're working, but unless like they can't understand it. They can't. And when they do, it's like, well, why the hell would you do that? Why you work so much? But she was recently just talking to a friend, and it was, I think they were asking about, like, they wanted to buy a piece of art or something, or wanted me to draw something, and, like, I'm busy. So the easiest thing to do when you're busy, unless you absolutely need the money. But one of the best things you can do if you're super busy is somebody asks you for a commission or something, just give an enormous price. I don't know. It was something like they wanted something for a birthday present for their whatever significant other. I was like $150, like, almost to scare them away. Like, no, I can't do it. Instead of just saying no, because they could say yes, and maybe the deadline's not that tight, but that kind of money, maybe you can squeeze it in, right? And it wasn't that, but she was saying like. She's like everybody else. That price seems ridiculous until you've actually seen or been with somebody that does draw that much and see how much work goes into it, you know? And then you can understand it, because it's just crazy. Yeah, Will, you're right, exactly. If people weren't hitting deadlines for sure, it helps other people that can hit those deadlines or just have the time to be able to do it, you know, to fulfill a commitment that the other artist didn't. And you never know what possibilities get from that for sure. But I will say from personal experience, not hitting deadlines is a horrible habit. And if you have it, like I had it, do your best to stop doing it. It's not good. Yep. So what do you guys think of this music, eh? So sick. Alright, where is it? Nope, not there. That's it. Oh, we'll probably get to the coffee sounds. Don't you guys worry about that. We're here for a long haul today, so we'll see. Toy conventions over summer stuff. Yeah, good for you guys. I'm happy to hear you guys are going to conventions and stuff. Good on you guys for that. Oh, where did I get the coffee sounds? Just search YouTube for. Let me check it out here for you. It's got to give you one link and then the rest will sort of. Okay, so if you Google or YouTube coffee house sounds or 1 hour of HQ coffee sound, coffee shop background noise. But you should be able to just Google search coffee house sounds and then try to find the ones that are like an hour long. This music, search for a channel here on YouTube called New Wave Retro. Is that right? New Wave Retro is a new retro wave. Oh, I'll get some Laser Hawk? Hell yeah. New Retro Wave, that's it. I always get them backwards. It's the greatest music in the world. Next to thrash metal, of course. Hey, you're welcome, man. You can actually find a whole bunch of stuff like Subway, library is interesting because it's quiet, but every now and then you hear like a little bit of people. I know some people they don't dig it. They'd rather get the headphones on, like go to a coffee shop to put headphones on, just to be out of the house or whatever. But the sounds there, I don't know. I think it's just because it's a little different. I dig them. Anything to help break up the monotony of just music all the time, you know? Hey, I'm a silly name. Yeah, I really got to start watching more anime. I started with what's it called? Attack on Titan. I know that's old school now, but I thought the first few episodes were actually really good. My default though, like at night, is Seinfeld. It's my favorite show. I've seen like every episode like way too many times. But like I still watch, like if I'm gonna sit down in front of the TV, it's like, okay, well, let's just put Seinfeld on. I gotta get out of that habit. Gotta start watching some new hotness. So his chest here, I want these things to be like giant breastplates here. I wish Photoshop has pen tools as fine as making, so I keep getting such mixed liner from Photoshop. Yeah, there's who is it? Is it Friendin? I think it might be Friendin. I don't know if you've heard of him or not, but he has a brush pack for Photoshop that's very nice. The brushes, like, they have a little bit more of an organic look. But if you look at like even the line art I'm doing here, like look how gross this line art is, guys. Like I've shown this before, like a whole bunch of times because I just want to get rid of that illusion. You don't have to draw like this, of course, but like when you look back here, like Leonardo, he looks, like, okay, he's ready to get ink. To me, it looks, I know where it's going to go, so it might look a little bit out of whack. But when you get in there, like, it's a hot mess. Like, look at these lines. Like, what is all that? And nothing's really straight. Like, look at all these lines, man. And like this contour line is way out of, look at this. There's nothing smooth about that. So in Photoshop, it's very similar to this. If you work this way, I understand if you're just using inking tools and all that, but maybe, I don't know, do you use the pen tool, like the actual pen tool at all in Photoshop? I do that all the time at work because I use a tablet and I can't get my lines to be that good, I guess, as in Manga Studio, like the kind that they give me. So I don't know if that'll work for you. So we're going to try something here. JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, good one. Okay, please don't take offense to this because I said this before and I got actual hate mail for this. Not a lot, but from a few people. But I bought JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the first volume or whatever, the hardcover, because so many people were telling me to check it out. I thought it was trash. So is it like Attack on Titan, where the anime is better than the manga? I'm probably gonna get hate for that too. Oh, there you go. James got some good stuff for you there too. The tomatoes are to show the pomodoros. For those again that don't know what that is, I work for 25 minutes and then take a 5-minute break, and that's one tomato there, one pomodoro. Since I normally don't do them too often on the stream, unless we're doing what we're doing today, where it's a much more intensive day. Like we're gonna be here for, I don't know, a long time, 8 to 10 hours. I don't know just how long yet, but that's just to show you guys what stage we're at. Because when all 4 are gone, then I take about a 15-minute break, or a little bit longer if okay, it's time to eat or something stupid. How's that look if we go that way? One tomato equals 25 minutes of work plus a 5-minute break. Yep. So like a half hour. And if you're interested in finding out more about that, just search Pomodoro technique. Pomorodo. And I got a couple videos here on YouTube if you're interested in seeing how I use it for like comics and stuff. The comic book one, I haven't used that style in a while, but if you have a day job or if you do something other than this, I suppose, as your job, you might get something out of it. Like how you try to plan out, okay, I got home, I've got work I got to do. It's just sort of being proactive with the time that you've got to make sure you can get some good steps going to sort of follow what it is that you're looking to do, you know? If you want to be a comic book artist, or you've got covers you want to do, or portfolios to make. For a long time, I used to just, okay, come home from work, eat, watch some YouTube videos while I'm eating, and that probably takes even longer than it should. And then one thing goes to the next, and sometimes your whole day's a wash because you've just spent it doing friggin' nothing. And you're all bummed out, and you're like, well, tomorrow I'll get it. I'll get back on the horse, sort of thing. And it's just, I guess, being more in control of the time you got. Especially being more aware. So, yeah, check it out. It's helped me big time. Berserk is my favorite manga? I'm trying to think if there's anything else. If I had to pick 2 manga, Berserk's definitely there. Pluto was amazing. Holy hell, Pluto was not something I thought I'd be into, but that artist absolutely swept me away. Fantastic comic book. And the series isn't that long, so you can actually buy the whole thing and know that know that it ends. What else is a good manga? I always screw the name up. I think it's like Gigantomaxia or something. The artist from Berserk. That's his other little project. I think he's done now, but just coming to Canada and stuff like that now. I'll take a break in a second. I just want to finish these things. I guess Berserk is my favorite manga. Dragon Ball was obviously really good. Dragon Ball Z. Manga, like if you like the TV show, the manga just blows it away. My opinion. Pluto, yeah. Vagabonds, yeah, that's if you're looking for a comic that's got amazing art, like really good rendering and stuff too, check out Gon, Gon. I'm never gonna live that one down. But yeah, if you look up Gon, here I'll show you guys here. Put it on screen. Gon manga. There's no words at all. It's just straight artwork. It's about a little dinosaur. Looks almost like a little T-Rex. And he goes on like little adventures and does stuff. It sounds ridiculous, right? But this artwork is insane. The storytelling too is like amazing. But yeah, if you want to see what you can do with like pen and ink, beautiful artwork. I think I found this out by going to a library, actually. And I was just like, I would go there and just grab stacks of manga because I was like, I want to get into manga. I want to look at it a little bit more, but it's I don't want to say it's scary, but it's a medium I feel way out of touch with. I don't understand, all the school stuff, and I hate a lot of the school stuff. But so I was like, you know what? Instead of buying a whole bunch and hoping for the best, let's go down to the one place nobody goes to anymore, the library, and let's check some of this stuff out. And I'm so glad I did. I did that probably about, how long ago now? Jeez. 6 years ago, maybe? Around there. And I found a lot of excellent books there, too. Same with just generic comic books, too, like American comics. You'd be surprised what's at the library. Like, it's not like they're going to have the best selection, I don't think, but you might have a really kick-ass library, but you don't have to buy all this stuff. You can just go there, and they usually have like a lot of the top kind of stuff. At least libraries near me do. Alright, so we got these big retro chunky packs on them here. Okay, so the Pomodoro went off there. Save this up here. Get the timer. Music is sick. Back 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes. That was a long 5-minute break. Let's turn that off. Alright, let's get rid of a tomato here. I think Berserk has maybe a dragon later into the series. I've seen the artwork for it, but I haven't read it with any dragons in there. I think I have up to volume 12, I think, or maybe 10 or something like that. Yeah, Skull Kickers was great. What's another fantasy? Just give me a second here. Give me a sec. I was trying to see if I had any fantasy manga. I guess I don't. Probably looking at fixing that. A friend at work just lent me Sword Art Online, it's called. The premise, if you don't know, is like people get trapped into an MMORPG, but it's like a virtual reality World of Warcraft. But they get stuck in there, and what they have to do is get to like level 100, and I guess defeat the boss, and then you can come back to the real world. But if you die in the virtual reality world, you're gone, you're toast. So the premise here is kind of cool. I just flipped through it. It looks a little bit like I don't want to say immature, but the art style, it's not Berserk style, right? I don't know the difference between them, but I would say it seems like it's geared towards a younger audience. But I would have to assume there's dragons and stuff in there. Hey, Jake. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, my man. All right, let's get our timer going. Got some rockin' tunes. Let's keep going with Krang here. Trying to stay pretty bulbous here with Krang as well. Just helps with his size. It is a never-ending print, eh? When you look back at it, this whole thing probably take what? So the last one. Now, to be fair, we were streaming the Heroes side of it, which is fine, and that was about 8 hours. Normally, it wouldn't take me that long, but because we're talking, and even right now during the stream, it's been an hour and a half. I mean, we're making okay progress, but I'm definitely rambling. So that's going to cut into the time. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I have a little spreadsheet going, and I just started it recently because I want to have a better idea of how long it's taking me to do things. More for me, so I want to get faster with stuff, right? So I want to know how long like something like this takes, so that next year if I want to do another print or something, I can sort of just go, okay, well it took me X hours, so I can try to plan it as best I can. For the next one. But anyway, so the Heroes side, just the line art was about 8 hours. Is that about right? Yeah, it was about 6 to 8 hours around there. It's just a guesstimate. Because I know we were doing other stuff too that day. The silhouettes were probably about, I don't know, I'll have to check back. I think that was like 3 hours. So all in all, I don't even know the coloring, how long that's going to take. Let's just assume 4 hours. Maybe it'll go even more than that. It's probably about close to 30 hours to do this, which is, it's a lot of stuff, but it's good to know that going forward whenever you take projects on or if you want to add to things. Yeah. That's all I do is ramble, right? Hey, Batfan. How's it going, man? Morning. So I just want to see what he's getting covered up by here with Shredder. Alright, so we haven't drawn Krang yet, but that's okay. Let's get this big dude's face in there. Actually, before we do that, he's got this really cool line that I want to keep. So these are just going to be local cons, but I plan on setting up an Etsy shop. I guess it is. That's what people are using. Hey, that's what the kids are using these days, for to sell these online. But it's next month, the 8th, and then the following weekend. I've got a small. They're all small conventions. I guess the second one is an actual weekend here in Windsor. That one will be a much bigger one theoretically. I'm actually really excited about that one. I didn't get a chance to go to it last year. But just to see what it's like, see what those ones are kicking around like. But yeah, so it's already like almost the 10th of this month, man. These months just fly by when you're working on deadlines. You guys find that too? But I hate leaving things to the last minute here, so do my best to make sure that all this stuff here is all set up ready to go, because you never know if you're gonna have problems at the printer or stuff like that, right? So never want to leave things at the last minute. Let's actually move that over. Boom, boom, boom. So I only use like I guess you just call them like a generic printer. It's called Staples. I think it's Kinko's in America, or you guys might have a Staples as well. I don't know, but it's local, right? And I mean, it's a big shop, which it's a big box store, which I don't really care for. I want to start expanding my wings a bit more, just to see if there's other people that can kind of do that. The quality's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, so there's no necessarily reason to move, unless I guess it could be a little cheaper or the quality's a little better. So no, I haven't seen the new Ninja Turtle movie. I'm going to pick it up. I don't know why I didn't see it. It has everything in there that I was super excited for. I forget why. I don't know. I think by the time I got around to it, it was already out of theaters or something like that. I don't know. One thing that did piss me off, I do remember from the trailer, is seeing like Megan Fox, which I can't stand her, but regardless, she's a horrible April O'Neil, and when she starts slutting it up, I don't maybe that no yeah, I don't want to say it's slutting it up. Maybe that's a little too harsh, but there's this scene where I think she's got a blonde wig and she like basically turns into like a schoolgirl to blend in with these other people to get like some information for Donatello or something. But it just kind of I don't know. I don't know, maybe it's just old school. Maybe I'm just being a sourpuss about it. It just felt like so okay. Well, that's we have to have that in there because we've got the action and stuff, and it's like let's be honest, Ninja Turtles is always going to be for what, teenagers and little kids. It's not an adult movie. It's like the teenagers. I could understand them being a little bit more like, oh, sweet, some flesh. They get to look at that. That's whatever. I don't know. Maybe all over the place. But that part pissed me off. But like I said, I don't like her as April anyway. She doesn't fit. But everything else I thought was sick. Like Krang, for Christ's sake. Bebop, Rocksteady. Shredder's back in it too, right? Like That's the stuff I want to see because I never got to see that stuff as a kid with the original movies, and I love the original movies. I still do. But we never got to see like we got Slash or was it Slash Nose? What was the snapping turtle's name? Okay, I don't like him with a bottom lip. Let's just get rid of that. What if we can add like something like that? Classic Mega, exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, like don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Ninja Turtles has to be like a well acted movie. Like you're walking around with giant turtles, right? Like I understand that, but even the first movie, as campy as it was, like it still had some integrity to it. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like disrespecting. I don't know, because like didn't the guys that make Ninja Turtles didn't they sort of have like a what's it called, like a vote on what was happening or a say? Could have swore that was the case. But like I get it. I understand it. I understand why Toka. That's what it was. Thank you. But I understand what it was. Even like I'm not a huge Transformers fan. It's cool, but I'm not a huge fan. So when I watch the movies, like I didn't mind them. Again, just skipping past the acting and stuff like that. And Megan Fox again, just ugh. Or just having any kind of like girl character in there that they're always like super sultry and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just kind of whatever. Maybe maybe it's that part. Like if I look past that, the rest of it I'm okay with. So it's not like a deal breaker. It's just not. I don't know. It just feels kind of like ugh. Like having Michelangelo hit on April and stuff. Just kind of like why, why? It got too many. It's got too many jokes for my taste. It's better than the first one, but it was a bit too much with the jokes. Okay. Is it like sexual jokes and stuff like that, or is it just like just a joking kind of movie? Like it's not taking itself seriously. Okay, so Krang's pretty much done. I just got to draw Krang himself. Let me just get the. Let's start dotting all these eyes here. The things we'll do. They're on electric groove. All the things we'll do. They're on electric groove. Okay. Let's get the contour liner on Krang. Should be good. Let me just merge these layers together. And I'll give a little pro tip here again to you guys. I gave it last time because these file sizes were getting massive. I totally forgot who hooked us up with this information before, but if you work like me and you got like a crap ton of layers, Clip Studio files can get pretty heavy. So just make sure you go up to here and just change the expression color to gray. It's like less information and the file gets way smaller. Okay, I'm glad to hear it's a better movie, man. It gets me excited to actually watch it. Electric Groove. Casey Jones, yeah. Let's get the magic wand here. I knew it was going to happen. What did I forget? That. Put an intro to the song. Okay, let's get his contour line here. Let's put Shredder on top. Cool. Alright, so let's get actual Krang going. Okay. Alright, let's have a little fun with Krang here. We give him like a lot of wrinkles and like try to keep him pretty nasty. That clip they're playing is a movie called Walking. Is it not Walking Tall? Oh, what is it? It's Walk. Oh my God! It's a Michael Douglas movie. Walking. Shit, I can't remember the name of it. Awesome movie, by the way. They give him the premise. I don't know. I dig it. It's like so, guy in the beginning of the movie, he's stuck in traffic, just super hot. Nobody's moving, total gridlock, and he just leaves his car there because he's having a real shitty day. And it's about him walking to his divorced daughter's house for a divorced wife who has the kid. Walking to that house when he's not supposed to for her birthday, and it's all the shit he gets into on the way there. It's not really a comedy, but it's got some comedy aspects to it. It's a really good movie. Let's get some gums in here for these spider teeth. Falling Down. Thank you, Jake. See? Jake knows what's up. Did you dig that movie? Did you like it? It's an old movie for sure. Alright, we can add a lot more of the texture in here when we get to inking. Let's get his arms in here. Great movie. Okay, I'm not alone. Not alone on that. Oh my god, yeah, right? Like, I don't, who knows about favorite, but the part when he wants to just buy a Coke and everything's so overpriced. Alright, I think Krang's pretty much good to go here. A lot of like the design elements here, they're just going to go on once we get to the actual inking, so let me actually group all this up, put it into a suit. Oh man, you know what? Okay, I'm glad that there's other people in here that have checked that movie out. It was a good movie, man. Alright, so we got Krang, hopefully. I like giving him the longer arms instead of little stubby ones. I don't know, just makes him look a little cooler. Get a suit on there, sweet. Let's make sure Shreddy? Let's make sure Shredder is still fine. Alright, it's coming along, it's coming along. Let's do a little savey save. This is going to be a blast ink. I'd say they're looking in comparison to Leo here. It's looking good. One thing I forgot, and I'm just seeing right now, I need to put the building in here. Shredder. And I'm actually going to open up the good guys line art so I can see it properly next to the bad guys. Good lines, we want that one. Yeah, let's go ahead. Just gonna flatten it here. It does look like a smiley face, eh? Or like a... yeah, it does look like... that's good. Okay, so we got that. So let's control all, copy. Let's go here. And... let's just line this up here. I think that's right, yeah. Okay, that's good. I think it's right. I don't know. Whatever. Do not save. Okay, I just want to put that in there so we got the context. Because like I said, I had to reduce it for the file sizes. Whoops. But just helps put things in context here. Alright. So we're gonna. I don't want to get his head locked in here too much. So what if we? How far can we go here? That can be messed up. Yeah, what the hell? We'll try this one. Oh, thanks, Dan. How do I say your name, bud? Danny? That part I don't know, my man. Like Mega Man, I'm gonna color myself. The Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman one, I'm thinking I'm gonna color that one myself too. This one, I don't know if I might try. I just gotta be realistic with how much time I have and how good of a job I can do with it. Because like people that professionally color, right? Like that's their thing. That's what they do. But I will point this out there too, because I don't want to give this like more than it is. These are going to be 2 prints. So if you can kind of see, there's going to be a line down the middle. If you want the good guy side or the bad guy side, if you want to put them together, obviously there'll be discount price for both. But yeah, that way we get some like nice big art on the wall. Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning towards getting somebody else to color it. So we'll see. Just gonna put like a little weird design on this building here. I don't want to get too complicated with it because there's gonna be a lot going on here. Hey VF, Dana. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I think somebody asked about the inked version. I gotta be careful with it, to be honest. I think I might just do it for patrons. We'll see. Like, I suppose I don't really matter if people are like pirating work or it's not really that. There's just been this huge influx. I don't know what it is, but thank God for the art community being as badass as it is. But there's so many people coming around where it's like they're at booths and all they're doing is adding like some Photoshop filters to people's artwork, and they're getting money off that stuff. And it's not just about the money. It's like we said, right? Like what are we gonna do? Like 30 hours or so into this and just have somebody take stuff? I mean, I guess you can't really stop it. So. Oh, cool, man. What book did you get? So it'd be kind of cool to have like a gargoyle or something on here. You cover. Alright, let's wrap this up here. I don't want to keep noodling. Well, if I don't have the other building, this might make him look a little weird. Okay, let's man, that timer goes off almost like too soon. Keep the liner a little light here. Got bebop here, we don't want to cover up too much. Let's make sure all the lines are connected. Okay, cool. Have you picked up that one book? I think a lot of people talk about it. What the hell is it? I don't even know the name of it now. It's a color theory. The guy paints a lot of like dinosaurs and in fantasy world kind of stuff. It's a really interesting book. Okay, there we go. So let's get a contour line on here. Okay, so Shredder's got a building, not a stand on. Cool. Who are we going to do next? Bebop and Rocksteady. Let's tackle them. Oh, it's intimidating. Okay, so I'm gonna save it up here. I'll leave this on here so you guys can look at something. Save it up, and we're gonna take our 5-minute break here. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have that book, Lars. Is the DC one? Is it any good? Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. Let's get this off. Get rid of one of these pommies. One of these pommies. Yeah, I guess you really don't need to. Lars has been around for a very long time. Let's get our timer going. Let's keep it going. So I think, yeah, after this one, it's going to be a 15-minute break, 10-15-minute break. So, you know, I know it sucks for streams. Doesn't make any sense. But when they're longer streams, whatever. Sorry, apologize. But, yeah. Play some video games, I think. I think I'm going to throw in... You guys like Dragon Quest? You guys into that? Let me just get these ready here. So we got Rocksteady. Bebop's going to be behind him. Bebop. Who do we got? Baxter Stockman is under Krang. And then the last one, I think, after all that, is the Mousers. They're going to go on top of everybody here. So Rocksteady. Let's try not to screw this guy up, eh? Jeez. Okay, so I got a lot of, like, if you look on what I got going on here with a lot of these lines, it's like soft lines, like round shapes like this. I want to turn them into sharper lines just to give them a little bit more threat. Like even his nose, it's just kind of gets more sharp kind of style lines in here. This bigger. Yeah, do you guys, I saw you guys talking about that. Do you guys, or does anybody here, whether you bought it or not, does anybody here have a copy of that? And if you do, what do you think of it? Is it good? First edition was sold on Kickstarter, but has on Amazon, so I don't know if it's been updated. It's like a lot of artists I find nowadays too. They've either got, like, I don't necessarily say updated versions, but like either on YouTube or like something that you can see them like drawing or working, right? Which is huge. I don't know about you guys, but do you guys like looking at tutorials and videos and stuff as opposed to just reading? Like, obviously mix it up, but if you prefer one over the other. I prefer like images and stuff that you can see. But if I'm sitting down, if I've got a little bit of time, I'd rather watch the video of it so you can see somebody like in action kind of doing it. So let's see how he's kind of looking here. You'd rather read about it? Okay. Yeah, there's no right, right or wrong answer. Everybody learns the way they like to learn, right? What's the second eye? Oh, you want to go with the second eye? Oh, you mean to show his other eye? This one back here? If that's what you're asking there, no, I want to have, I don't know. I don't think we need it. Plus, we get to have a little bit more emphasis on the horns and stuff. Oh, you were okay, yeah, yeah. No, I prefer just having it on. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we could, but I'd have to either tilt the horns in, which changes the perspective of the face. You know, because like it's kind of getting into a horse face here. But like here's where the eye would kind of be over here like this, which is fine. But I just have to move things over. I kind of dig just having it's better. You know what it is? Is when this is colored in, this is a better silhouette. Like when this is all here. Let me show you. In case you guys can't see it here. But like when this is all colored in like over top of shredder and stuff, this like this can tend to read a little bit better than if we have it here and then you got like an eye and then maybe a horn here. Stuff like this. It's a little different for sure, but it's just a different feeling overall once you look at it. Just a personal preference. Yeah, absolutely. And do you guys? I know I've asked this a bunch of times, and you guys always tend to bring it up, which is great because I always forget to ask. But what are some other? I mean, arguably mine's about comics too, but I don't really have that many comics on there lately. But what good comic book streams do you guys follow? Do you follow any? Hey Moose, how's it going? Hey little monkey, how's it going? Yeah, no, I want to start getting more into Instagram and Snapchat too. Posting videos. I want to try doing daily ones. I'm going to do one today as well. I've already been doing a couple Instagram ones, but do you guys know if I take like a video on Snapchat, if I can, I know I can download that video and then just up, can you, I guess you could upload it to Instagram, but it's different. It's not part of the stories thing, is it? I'm going to have to look into that. Still Life. Ooh, Still Life. I haven't had to do one of those in a while. Do you like Still Life? Yeah, I'm hearing more and more people talking about comic artists streaming on Twitch, which is good. Oh, thank you, Monochrome. I do appreciate that, bud. Oh, you don't like his... You know, I don't. I like his content. I absolutely love his content. One of the best one of the best channels, I think. His attitude, yeah, it can be aggressive for sure. But I sort of look at it. I'm not criticizing whatever you're saying about it. That's have your own opinion for sure. I think I'm just having it more like try to look past it. Sometimes it's a little overbearing for sure, for sure. But it's almost like he's got a lot of good content in there. Try to look past some of it sometimes. My question was, okay, so if I do a Snapchat, if I make a snap and I add it to my story and I can download that story, and I've uploaded those stories to YouTube and Patreon and stuff. There's not too many, but my question is now that Instagram has those stories, can I upload my downloaded Snapchat? Or will it just upload to my regular feed? The difference here is the way I'm understanding it, and I'm trying to follow some social media people talking about it, is that like, so Instagram stories, they're actually very, very good. A lot of people are watching them. When it's on your feed, people have to scroll through it, right? And if you're at the bottom of that list or somewhere near the middle, sometimes people don't scroll all the way through their natural feed before they just go to that search button and just look at random pictures that pop up, right? But at the top, there's a menu, right? And you guys have all seen on Instagram, there's little circles. You can click it and you can just start scrolling through, but you'll usually get more hits that way because people don't have to do any action, they're just watching something. So I want to get on both of those things just to help, spread the word and all that good stuff. So Facebook Live, yeah, that's another one too. Yeah, yeah, you're right, VF. Absolutely, you're right. Ah, charcoal, all the good stuff. Yeah, I think that'll just go through the normal feed too. Oh well. Because like that's the tricky thing, right? Like social media is something you got to be on. Unfortunately, I think anyway. That's not really unfortunately. A lot of really good stuff on there. I've met a lot of awesome people, like artists. I've said it before, artists that I would never even have even ever known, which is amazing. But for us, you have to. That means you have to be on all of them, right? You have to make posts and content for everything. So for better or for worse, if you can have one video be the same on Instagram as the same on Snapchat, it's probably good. But you know, instead of having to always make unique content for everything, you know. But if you can't, oh, that's the way it goes. We got to figure out just little things to have people on there. Never upload it to Instagram stories. They're using Insta witches. Yeah, no, so yeah, it probably just takes some extra legwork. I'll just have to look around to see what people are saying. Because like if you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Tumblr, so many, right? If you're on all of them and you have to make unique content for everything, it's a lot of work. But can't pout about it too much. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Alright, so let me just back up here, see where we're at. Alright, so he's got like this, I gave him like this big hunchback because he's leaning forward. Let's keep it in there. Make sure his head kind of has like a line. Let's turn the roughs off here so I can see what the hell's what we're looking at. He's kind of coming along here. Yeah, it is, man. It's this. I guess that's one of the more polite ways of calling them something. Alright, where are we going here with this? Markham, do you think you'll ever upload to Webtoons or Tapastic? Tapastic, I really wanted to. And I was going to do that with the Jessup King comic, but since I've switched the model to going into a graphic novel, I don't think I will anymore. But I might. I don't want to say no. I might post like a little bit of something on there just to, get eyes on it for sure. But I always found Tapastic, which I think and I still think is really awesome. I found Scurry through there, right? Like there's always, that's the thing about all these sites. You're always gonna find new things if you look. And there's definitely an organic thing to them, right? So I think they're very important. But I don't have like a long-standing comic on there, so I don't want to just post something that's just gonna be there and then disappears, you know? I've been playing around with the idea of just making like a. Remember, I was saying Jessup King is going to be a long-term webcomic, and I've shunned away from that just because I don't want to close that door. I want to leave a comic-making door open, and Jessup King is going to take a while to do stuff, and I'm super excited to show you guys more of it. And I hope you guys like it. You know, it's really starting to take shape. I've made a few posts, and I'll be making some more this month too, talking more about where it's going. You know, it's sort of like a video games meets Power Rangers meets wrestling. You know, and I'm having a blast with it. The concept art, all that stuff has been just a treat. But I've been thinking, like I've got, who doesn't have ideas, right? But of if I can sneak in, and I'm not sure if I should do this or not, but it's like, I don't want to say make a Tapastic only comic, but like something that posts that I would have done this webcomic stuff with, but just on social things perhaps. Of just like a more fun, it doesn't even matter, throwaway, just kind of fun, simpler style, a lot more cartoony, you know? Not what I'm doing right now style stuff. But when you make projects, they always leach into your other projects. You only have so much time. I've got a full-time job, very lucky to have that, right? I'm not saying that in a bad way, or like, you know, you got your good days and bad days and stuff for sure, but it's a good job, and because of that, you know, like today's like I said, we get Fridays off, every second Friday off, which is awesome, and that lets me do this until if we can ever make that switch, I don't know, to being like just full-time comics / freelance, right? So we only have so much time, and all I'm talking about right there is just art-related stuff. This isn't even like life stuff, like upkeep on the house and all that stuff. So, as much as I want to make those things, it's a really long way of getting there. I have to, just like you guys, I would recommend, as much as you want to do a whole bunch of projects, sometimes you just can't. You just can't. You don't have the time to do it. You wish you might have, or like I'm saying, yeah, just do a simpler one. Do something that's just not as crazy and doesn't take as much time, but even if it's simple and doesn't take a lot of time, like, it's still time to put into it that you could be putting into something else, you know, so. Anyway. Jessup's doing great. I know it's taken a while, for sure, to get out there, but I don't want to say it'll be worth it, because that builds it up, but I feel a lot more confident with where it's going, for sure. Oh, really? What? That's weird. Once the buzzer goes off, before we go on break, I'll open up some stuff here. I don't know how much Jessup stuff I have. I just have a couple things I'll show you guys. You guys can check that out. It's not pages. It's right now I'm in development process. So what does that mean? Well, right now I'm focusing on, I guess I could break it down to you. It's a Doug Tenapo method that I've been using, and it's the same as like this Freddy method, I call it, that I'm drawing in. I always default back to it, but I always leave it and try other things because I feel like it's almost too simple in a way, and it's not as grand as it could be. So with the Freddy method that I draw in here, Freddie Williams, it's like I feel like, okay, the lines and all that stuff, maybe it's quicker to just go into straight inks, you know, like how normal people ink, I suppose, or how we would normally consider inking. But when I do just work like this, I don't mind the results. Yeah, the art might not be the best that I can do, but it gets done. And that's all that matters. So with the writing stuff, it was the same kind of thing. It's like, all right, well, it's all very formulaic, and I don't know if it's the best, and blah blah blah. But essentially, the workflow is grab a sketchbook, a legit sketchbook. Sometimes I'll print digital stuff and put it in, whatever. But it's grab a legit sketchbook and fill it up with ideas for your story. And once that's done, give yourself, might not be a timeline, but I've given myself one, and that's coming up. And what it does is with that timeline on there, it sort of like pressures you into moving on to the next stage. So once I have that done, the next step I do is I grab note cards and I plot it out. I've talked about that. You guys can search on my channel, or we can talk about it more now if you're interested in that. So plot it out with beats on note cards, and then from there I sort of start doing some scripting, like a first version sort of script. So while I'm doing that, I also start refining designs that I've come up with in the sketchbook for characters and stuff like that. And then from there, eventually the script's going to go, okay, this is pretty much final. And then we just start getting into actual production. So thumbnails and all that jazz. That's pretty much it. Like I say, it sounds very formulaic, like that's, but can't argue with the results. Like it might not be, and it probably won't be the best thing you guys will ever check out, and I hope you check it out. Hope you guys dig it. But I'm not trying to write, the new Lord of the Rings or anything amazing. Just want to have some fun. So hopefully you guys will dig it. But yeah, so like I'm saying, it feels weird because when you're drawing like that, or you're writing and stuff like that, it feels like there should be more to it, like I'm side skipping steps or something. I don't know. It's more just always in my head than it is anything that makes sense. Okay, so let me just clean this up here before we go, and then I'll show you guys some Jessup stuff, and then we're going to go on a little bit of a little break here. Oh, yeah, no problem, Batfan. The premise for Jessup King, so in its grossest terms, again, it's the story about a wrestler and a princess who defend the world against the Lord Evil Megacosm and his minions. That's pretty much it. So I'll show some art with you guys. It's very simple. Again, not trying to do anything. I just want it to be fun. So think along the lines of Power Rangers meets wrestling meets like video games. And a lot of that stuff you'll see as we go and we do stuff. So is this good? Yeah, so like the story's not meant to be like make you question things necessarily. Just an adventure style comic. Okay, so I think Rocksteady's done here. I just want to turn this off before we go on break. So take a look at him here. Yeah, he looks fun. Alright, let's save it up. Let me see some Jessup stuff we can show you. Let's turn that off. And I usually share most of this stuff. Like I just made an actual. If you guys are interested, head over to Patreon. I'm on there. Every month I try to do like a comic making thing. And last month I sort of flipped through my sketchbook, so you can actually see all the development stuff for Jessup King. There's a little bit of content in there, like story, and you can kind of see how I question myself, add questions like why does this matter and all that sort of stuff. And it's really interesting stuff when you start working with a sketchbook there. So a lot of this art too I posted on there. I don't want to show too much here, but I showed this before, but I'll show you guys again here. This Malice picture. I think it's got the line art in it. Let me just see. Rough. No, okay. So we got my line art. Because I'll show you kind of roughly what I'm talking about with the video game stuff. There'll be like HP bars and levels and stuff like that. I just want to show you like the actual sketch because that'll have information on there. Okay, so this would have been in my sketchbook here, so you can kind of see like the idea of what I'm talking about here with video game kind of esque sort of stuff. So his name's Malice and all that stuff. But if you look right here, this is kind of like in the Street Fighter vein and stuff. So in wrestling, if you guys aren't familiar with wrestling, I'm not a huge wrestling head at all. I just find it I enjoy it. But I don't go out of my way to necessarily make sure I'm watching everything. It's just there's something really cool about making somebody tap out or grabbing somebody and overpowering them in some way that you can like flip them or bend them in a way they got to tap. It's a very interesting fighting style, right? It's not kung fu. It's nothing like that. But in Street Fighter or any fighting game, they've all got commands. And video game stuff, and a lot of anime does this too, where they'll say, like, if you've ever watched Dragon Ball, they'll do it all the time. They'll say the special move they're going to do, right? So if it's a fireball, they'll say something. And there's something cool about that. I dig it. So anyway, his finisher is called the Spine Buster, and you can see it's forward, down, up, and 3 punch buttons. So this is a sort of stuff that I'll have in the comic of, like how you'd have sound effects, like big sound effects, lavish things that say like kaboom. Well, he's screaming spine buster, and I'll have on there the forward, down, forward, 3 punches and that kind of stuff. I think that it's fresh. It's fun to look at. It won't be for everybody for sure, but nothing is, right? So I have that, and as you can see, I just put this here as an idea, like HP and level, so that I can occasionally show this sort of stuff, like, oh, he just took like a big thing of damage. And it's interesting and it's fun to look that way, and it sort of lets me mirror some of the things that I really dig about what it's going. Yeah, Jessup. The original story was sci-fi adventure and planet hopping. It was, and I talk about it on Patreon. Why I'm switching it. Cliff notes for you guys is that it's. I was following these air quotes here rules that I spent some time reading and hearing what people would say about webcomics of. Just do your thing. So what I was doing is I had the character, I knew what he looked like, I had a couple characters, so I just had to make some plots. Okay, go to a planet, do something, save the day, or learn your lesson, move on, right? And I didn't know who Jessup was as a character, and why do I even care? I just like the way he looks, so I'd give him some things like little Pokeballs on his little utility belt and stuff. The idea was that I would, as these stories would come out, I would be like you guys. I would learn about this character as I would write him. But it was very challenging. I didn't know really how to go. So it's inexperience as a writer, I suppose. So I could just draw it through, but it just felt like I was going through the motions. I didn't give it the proper, okay, let's figure out what this is before we're going. And the more I started asking that question of like, who is he? What's going on with this whole story? It didn't make sense. And it was hanging on the coattails of an old idea of, I want to make a character. Sci-fi is great. I don't have to necessarily stick with fantasy because he can go to a fantasy style world with dragons and stuff, right? On his spaceship. But having a character that can do these sorts of things lets me tell any kind of story. So that's why I was going that route with it, where it was totally open. So I could write anything. But the more, again, I sat back with it, I don't want to do that. I want there to be like a vision, like a direct thing to do. And the easiest way I found that was just keep asking questions, so I could figure out who he is. I could hear his voice in my head. I could write him and start developing out the world. And that's where all this starts coming in, and it's awesome. To me, it's awesome, right? So that's what I dig. So you guys can. I'll explain a little bit more about like what this matters, but so you can get the shine of the belt and all that. So he's the champion right now. It says Malice. In this world, wrestling is very important. And you guys will, if you're on Patreon, I talked about it. But the more I share with you guys as I start ironing this stuff out, you guys will check that out too. I have Jessup in his wrestling outfit. And I'll actually show you guys one thing, and hopefully you guys get a kick out of this. It's still in the concept stage, obviously. I posted this online a while ago, but this is him when he's in his wrestling outfit. When he's doing his thing, So I guess this might be what you consider like his superhero sort of thing, that kind of sort of stuff. But anyway, so this is him here. Now let me just check out if I've got this, because I don't know if I do. I actually don't think that I do. Damn. Give me 1 second here. I know I have it. Oh, that's where it is. So I'm still designing this, so please look at this as definitely a work in progress. Where am I going here? But like I said, remember, Power Rangers is definitely a thing in there, and I'm trying to iron a lot of those details out. So let me just pull up this picture here. So this is him in his Power Ranger outfit so far. Still designing some stuff, still trying to figure some things out. Again, just whatever. Just look at it for what it is. I don't think, can I zoom in? Let's zoom in a little bit. It's going to get pixelated as all F. But so this is me just trying to figure out the design. I don't want to keep plugging for Patreon, but there is a video up there where I talk about this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And you can see here, I'll just give you a little whatever. My brother came up with a really interesting idea, which I thought was really cool, was Momo, if you guys remember her, she's like the squid slash jellyfish character. She plays a much bigger role in all of this now. She's not just this secondary character that bounces things off, but sort of plays into the Power Ranger with costumes and transformation stuff. But she sort of becomes the suit for him. So you can kind of see the design here on her, or on Jessup here, where you see her face and the tentacles wrap around, but it's all armored up and all special stuff like that, right? But you can see, like, maybe you can't, but you guys will, that all of this stuff is sort of coming together. It's moving forward. Again, no comic pages yet. They will be coming. I know I always say that, and there's always new ideas, but everything now is becoming, in my mind, and as I figure this stuff out, again, more concise and tight, that it's moving forward in a good direction. I can now start having this sort of like, if you can think of the story or any idea you guys might have as a ball, and whenever new ideas come in, usually you might just take them and find a way to just jam it into that ball to make it all make sense. But eventually your idea will get to a point where any ideas that come in, that you have to question it. Does that make sense in this? Because if it doesn't, then it's gone. It's in for another project. And that's the stage it's at, which is really good, which is excellent. And now that I know it's going to be a graphic novel, I know where a beginning and an end is. So I just need to worry about making that a really fun story in between. And knowing that it ends, I can always come back to do another trade paperback or another volume, or I could take a break after this one's done and do like Castle Dracula or a couple other stories, different things, and you can always come back and, fall back in love with the characters and things like that. So it becomes hard. Yep, you guys got it. See, you guys are sort of, you can, totally rip off Dragon Ball and have them travel around. Yep, lots of stuff you can do here. So, I suppose one last thing I guess I'll show you. Holy hell, let me get this off. Look at the size of that. God. One super last thing I'll show is, so you guys saw Malice, and this is a concept here for the main bad guy. Now he's gonna change. The thing about him is definitely gonna change and stuff like that. But this is Megacosm. He's the big bad guy. He's again, if you watch Power Rangers, if you think of Rita or Lord Zed, this is him. Very brief. Again, you can tell it's in my sketchbook. Just very, rough shapes, and then put them into Photoshop and just throw some quick color on there, just so that I have that idea down, so that I can come back. But yes, we're gonna be playing more around with this design. You guys will see more of this stuff kind of coming around. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. I think it's cool. You guys are obviously more than welcome to tag along, and I hope you enjoy it when stuff starts coming up. So here we go. We got Jessup here, Malice. And yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to I'll leave you guys with this here. So we're going to be gone for about 10-15 minutes here, guys. And if you're still here when we come back, thank you. And if you're taking off, that's cool too. I do appreciate you guys spending your time with me. And let's keep this drawing going. Okay, so let me get this up here. I will see you guys very shortly. Bye-bye.
part of the test? No, just warming up, that's all.
Alright, let's get the tomatoes back. Just want to catch up with you guys here. Shonen Jump magazine for Western. Yeah, that'd be sick. There's an artist named Corey Ludis. Check him out on Facebook. Did a comic called Shark Knife and Diamond Eyes and stuff like that. He, from my understanding, it's very stylized, the book itself, but I think it's every couple months or whatever he releases it. It's sort of along those veins where it's like, if I remember right, like 5 to 15 pages of 3 stories. So it's very similar to that in a lot of ways. It's really cool, especially for somebody independent to be doing it. But check it out. It might not be your bag, but you might like it as well. Yes, this music's sick. Okay, let's start the timer again. Let's keep going. Alright, so where do we end up with? On this guy, let's get him finished up. Rocksteady. So just got to connect the lines again. The tomatoes are. Everybody asks about them. I love it. So the tomatoes are there from a workflow called the Pomodoro technique. Check it out. I've also got some videos on my channel talking about it. Essentially, each tomato represents 25 minutes of supposed to be focused work. I'm not focused because I'm talking with you guys, but it does keep me motivated. So it's 25 minutes of solid focused work, followed by 5 minutes of a break. Of literally leaving. Don't just stay where you're at. Move. Go. Leave. Get yourself away from the work. Let's put this at 10 just so it pops a bit. So yeah, that's what you do with that. And then on the fourth one, instead of taking a 5-minute break, you take a 10 to 15-minute break. Or a lot of people, what they'll do too is they just stop, and they'll just go eat, or that's it for the night. Because if you think about it, each Pomodoro here, each tomato is like 30 minutes, right? So that's 2 hours of work in just 4 little things. So some people get caught up going like, oh, I can't leave. I get in the zone. It doesn't work for everybody. I've gotten into the zone as well sometimes, but I find that Taking steady breaks usually gives me longevity, I guess. So yeah, that's what it is. And I just put them up there so you guys can see it. Okay, so Rocksteady is done. Save them up here. And I actually want to just add one other thing to them here. I don't know if this is going to be the final line weight, but I don't do this that often, but it helps just breaking up some of this stuff in here, because usually I'll just draw over it. Okay, so Rocksteady is done. Who are we doing next? Bebop? Actually, here, I'm going to add a little bit of time here to the Pomodoro. So this music is awesome. I dig it. But I want you guys to hear something else. This is going to get a little bit darker. This is called, what do they call it? I always forget the name of it. Dark wave. Dark wave music. Let me know how like loud this is coming in, or if it's not. Here, actually, I'll turn this on so you guys can. So let me know if it's too loud, you can't hear me, and I'll adjust it from there. I just want you guys to appreciate this music. It's good stuff. Tomatoes. It does, right? Awesome. Fright Night. Oh my god. Actually, hold on. Hold on. We're gonna copy that in there. Lines. Oh shit. I think uh-oh. Maybe it'll be in this one? Oh, that's no good. I think I saved over a file. Alright, let's see if I still got it in here. So we're going to beat up a bunch of this stuff here once we get to inking. We have it. Good. Good. Save us some time from having to do having to do work. All right. So how does this thing work? You got to have a hand down here and a hand up here. You know what? Like I always look at like Bebop and Rocksteady as like horrifying things, almost to this music, to be honest with you. Not like in the cartoon they used to be like really dumb. It was like comic relief and stuff, but when guys come at you with a chain, anybody that comes at you with a chainsaw is pretty horrifying. So I want to make sure I always keep them looking a little odd. How much of their arms we're gonna see. I don't think we're gonna see much either. Nice. Extra here. Alright, let's turn that back up, see what it looks like. Oh, it's, yeah, no, this file is okay. Thanks for the the concern. Usually what I do is I have the roughs, and then I'll save a new file for LINEART, like we're doing right now, and then another one for inks and colors, so I could always go back and grab things. Because like as I make a new layer, I flatten things. So all the chainsaw here was a SketchUp model that I brought in, and I was just going to bring it in, but I flattened it in a previous file, and I saved over. One of those rare things that happens with digital. But thankfully I've had it saved on my desktop still. So it's good. We're good. Yeah, they are supposed to be like that, eh? Mutant freaks. I think he's pretty much done. It's pretty simple with this guy. This chainsaw saved us a whole bunch of time. So I'll talk about this because I always like to talk about it whenever we bring SketchUp models in there. Still think it's good to be able to draw this stuff, at least understand it, because you can't, I don't say you can't, but you might not always have access to 3D models, right? So falling back on your legit art skills is pretty important. But because we are working digital, we do get things like SketchUp. So if you're on a deadline or whatever, I think it's probably in your best interest to consider using them. And if If you think it's, you know, no, proper art, you don't do that stuff, cool. A lot of Marvel, DC, big people, they do use SketchUp and stuff. Not saying that that makes it okay or anything, but if you do have a preference towards one or the other, you know, whatever, I will say that it does help speed things along. So, if it helps in that regard, then good. And yes, right now it is just brought in there. Once we get to inking, I'll be beating the hell out of it. So it's sort of like I use the models and then I sort of destroy them in a way to hopefully make them look a little bit more hand-drawn and give it a little more character. Again, do what you want. I think, honestly, the more people start drawing going forward, it's like everything else. If you can find easier ways to get things done, especially in the medium like comics where it's like the time and deadlines are so drastic and they're always around, like they don't go away, they never stop. If you can find little things that help you do your job quicker, that's a huge bonus. So try them out. So you can see he looks weird. His body, like all on the right side here, doesn't make any sense. And that's because I know that Rocksteady's in front of Bebop here. So I'll show you when he looks weird now, but when we put him over top, it sort of fixes all those dead areas that we had in there. But it also leaves it so that if I wanted to, I could kind of move him around, give us a little bit more room to kind of, you know, get our composition down, which we'll do at the end of this. Just to make sure it's all falling in pieces here. So we got Shredder, Krang, it's coming along. And I'm actually going to go back before we get into the inking of this. I'm going to remove... So far, I still don't like these spirally things that a lot of people like to do. It just stands out really weird to me. So I think I'm just going to put generic nunchucks sticking out there. We'll see. We'll see. But every time I see it, my eye sticks to that. It's like, God. Exactly how does SketchUp help? Okay, well here's a good example. This chainsaw here, I didn't have to draw. So in SketchUp, you know what? Here, I'll show you guys. You guys are good people. Just add a little bit of time to my timer here. I'll just show you it sort of how does it work. And why, if you look at the way I'm drawing with these thin lines, it all actually plays very well. Or you know what, you could take these models in from SketchUp and just draw over them if you like to use pressure sensitive brush. Like, again, like I always say, how people would normally ink, you know, with a pressure sensitive tool, you could do that as well. So let's see if it's still here. I think it's right there, chainsaw. Right, so this was the chainsaw. So let's say I'm making a comic book that has a character that uses a chainsaw a lot. Right, maybe I'm doing a Bebop 3-issue miniseries. Okay, so now that I have his chainsaw, it'll always look the same. It's a complex model. It's not exactly like necessarily like anatomy or, you know, just a simple thing like a sword. But if you guys ever have troubles drawing guns, it's done for you, right? You can do whatever you want here. Now, normally when you get this stuff, it won't look like this. It'll have like a whole bunch of stuff turned on. Actually, let me see if I can file. So you go file, 3D warehouse, get models. I just want to show you kind of like the workflow here. And we'll grab a gun. That's always pretty fun. Let's take a little while here. You can do cityscapes and you know, literally whatever you want here. So let's just go for gun. I don't know what looks good. Maybe we got like this big guy, this big girl, and they're walking around with this artillery gun. Or just whatever. Sure, download it. I'm just gonna load it right into the SketchUp here. I'm not gonna save it. Blah blah blah. Yes, they are monochrome. Okay, so here they are. Let's delete this lady here. So if you can see, there's a lot of things in here. I could go in here and sort of figure some stuff out, but let's just say this is literally the model I want. Okay, so this is how it comes in. It can come up with a bunch of stuff. So if you go over here, I think this is under styles. So if you go window, default tray, or is it here? Yeah, default tray, come down and turn your styles on. Okay, so what we're gonna do, leave your edges on. Profiles, this just puts like a black outline. You don't have to have that on there. If you want to use it later, that's fine. What you're gonna do is just start going through all these things here. So click this one, front color, back color. Let's put that to white. Enable transparency, sure. And you can go right here to style, okay? And this is what you want, this one right here. It looks like a white box. Now if you look, this looks very similar to what I'm drawing right now, right? Go to edit here, and I'm going to go with this wire, the edge settings, and if we turn that off, you can kind of, maybe we want one on here. So everything's nice and uniform, right? Now, I'm hoping right away you can see the power of this, obviously, because look at all these angles I'm getting. This nice artwork. I mean, the model was done. There's a lot of, this model is really nice. But it's pretty self-explanatory why this is cool. So what you do is you can load this into Manga Studio. I'm not too familiar with that. But from here, you sort of just look at your comic page, right? Go back and forth and go, what's the angle I kind of want here? Just fiddle around with the angle you want. And then once you get it, I just go to File, Export, 2D Graphic, and have a place to save it. And then just go here to Options. And I usually make this width and height like pretty massive. Like I might go up to like 5,000 by 5,000, something huge. And that's it. And then you just export it. Open it into Manga Studio or Clip Studio. So you can see, like, I just changed the angle of the chainsaw. So the reason why, again, how it helps is how much time did that save? Quite a bit. Right? And that's really the name of the game. Or at least what I'm trying to do. So it's not for everybody. Some people, they hate it. They don't they don't like the look and all that stuff. That's cool. But I just want to share it with you. Alright, so let's turn off all these guys here. So we're going to do Baxter. He's actually behind Craig. So let's drop Baxter Stockman. I don't have any reference for him. Is he a fly yet in the IDW thing? I don't think so yet, right? No, he just controls them. He doesn't actually turn into a fly. Alright, well that's not the one we want there. Baxter Stockman. Well, that's cool. I kind of... Here's a goofy version I'm looking at. Yeah, we're gonna go with the goof. This just looks... that's hilarious. No, I'm in the same boat there, little monkey. I stopped trying to use them too. They weren't very friendly. I have seen some. Oh man, this jam is sick. I saw some videos on YouTube. People were showing it. It's possible, but I just can't get my mind around it. So I sort of just was like, okay, I'm not gonna keep spending some time here trying to figure this out. So I'm gonna use the old Ninja Turtles cartoon version of this guy. We're just gonna put some more detail into him. I love how he's a flying. He's got fangs. Doesn't make sense. Hey, Keeman, how's it going, buddy? That's when we get to ink and we can kind of do that. Yeah, the tutorial's the same here. Didn't seem to help too much. I will say it's probably like a lot of software where it doesn't make much sense until you accidentally use it. Or you come across the right information, all of a sudden you're like, oh, and then it just clicks and all of it makes sense. Man, time just flies, I swear. His little white or yellow bow tie. Yeah, no, this thing. He's so stupid looking. This thing. It looks like it's a fish or something. Some torn clothes here. Oh, who's the other guy you're watching? Jason Brubaker, you guys watch him? You guys check his stuff out. Usually when I'm at work, he's streaming. I'm gonna change this hand up here because I'm looking at a different reference here. It's like almost like a fly claw. A fly claw? Those little like spiky things on there. Those look insect-like. I'm gonna change this one up actually. I'm going to put it up like a little bit more intimidating towards the turtles here. Oh, was you? Okay, right on. Yeah, like I said, I watch his stream while I'm at work from time to time. It's always cool watching other artists, especially comic book artists, you know? There's not that many on here on YouTube that are streaming a lot. Although he's actually doing comic book work. I'm just farting around, drawing fun little Ninja Turtles. He's the one doing real work. So I know my alarm went off, but I just finish this guy. He's actually really super quick. Alright, so let's dot all these lines here. I'm going to do his wings separate layer here, because I don't want... There's going to be an effect that I'm going to draw with them to make them a little bit more transparent if I color this or whatever when I get to the inking. So I don't want a nice black outline around it. And I think I'm going to put some Ninja Turtle music on when I get back, because this is pretty close to done. And this one, yeah, it's about the same, actually 4 hours for this one. Nice. So I must have really been talking. Or like, when we were doing the Ninja Turtle side, maybe there's just more detail on those characters. always happens. There's something I miss. I missed a whole bunch. Try it again. Yeah, exactly, Keeman. I'm in the exact same boat, man. Cool. Okay, so we got that. We're gonna fix all the contour layers, like I said, later. Alright, let's put a little thing underneath here. I'm gonna call this one wings. Okay, so all we got left are mousers. We gotta take our break here. So let me just turn everything on here so you guys get something to look at. So just coming along. I'll zoom in a little bit more. There you go. Okay, so we save it. Okay. So I will be right back in 5 minutes, you guys. Okay. So we're gonna put some turtle music on here because it's kind of getting me down. Oh, let's take a tomato off. What was it? Turtles in Time? Turtles in Time OST. Now I'm gonna break a rule here. I apologize, guys. I'm kind of getting a little hungry, so I'm gonna break 2 rules here. I'm gonna eat junk food when you're hungry, which is bad, and I'm gonna eat while I'm on stream. I'll mute the mic. I want a friggin' cookie. I got some oatmeal cookies. Sorry. All right. Well, that's interesting. I don't know what to say about the. Okay, so I got oatmeal cookies, right? I open it up, and one of them has raisins in it. This could be how we get superpowers, you guys. This could be real. Okay, let's get this music going on. Super Nintendo music. That's what I'm talking about.
Big Apple, 3 a.m.
Alright, I got my Moser toy here. Let's get that reference going.
Alley Cat Blues.
This music's insane. Did you guys ever play this on back on the Super Nintendo and stuff? Actually, no. Sadly, I have not read the original Ninja Turtles. It seems almost like a cardinal sin at this point. I grew up on, like, my fascination with the Turtles, I would assume is similar to a lot of people, but it was a cartoon show. Was it an 80s cartoon or a 90s cartoon? I always feel like it was a 90s cartoon. Anyway, the cartoon show and the comic book was actually Ninja Turtles Adventures. Man, that was actually really good stuff, especially for a kid.
Sewer surfing.
Hey V, what's up? I have every second Friday off. I appreciate you trying to get some stream action going here. Like I said, I'd like to get back in the habit here of getting something for you guys, like on a schedule. Just the commitment part is the tough part. Let's give me some trouble.
Technodrome.
Every other Friday. I want to say yes. I will be streaming every other Friday, but I might not, and I don't know until that day. Usually if I am, it's like a whole day thing, like what we're doing right now. We'll be streaming for the whole day. Now, to be fair too, like what we're drawing, like this is licensed stuff. We'll be getting back into Jessup King stuff soon. So it's almost like what can I stream, what can't I stream, that kind of stuff. Sometimes it's just like, I don't know if you guys ever get like this, but you need a little bit of time to yourself just when you're doing like concepts or something. So we'll see. I would like to though. Very much like to. Man, these old Super Nintendo tracks. Jeez. Insane. It would be fine if I slept like a person with children. That helps. His mouth is actually pissing me off. Let's try this out. That's better. It's a Super Nintendo one. Or actually, is it? I always get confused.
Prehistoric Turtlesaur.
Yeah, it's Super Nintendo. There's there's text. It's Turtles in Time. Alright, one of these little suckers down. Let's keep going. Yeah, these guys are awesome. I always enjoy like these little like throwaway kind of characters, you know? Oh yeah, silhouette stuff's awesome. I saw it on Sketchcraft's YouTube page.
Skull and Crossbones.
But I used to like, I don't want to make it say like I'm taking it away for anything, but like, yeah, seeing him use it, just for whatever reason, I've said it before, it's like I don't know why it just didn't click to do that with comic book work. I do that all the time in my day job for concepts and stuff because it's so fast. It's a little bit of a different workflow. I don't know, I just didn't see it click. Sometimes you gotta see like another artist do something and then it just makes you go, oh, of course, why don't I try that, you know? I think any of us that watch anything on YouTube, whenever you see somebody use like a new tool or something like that, it makes you kind of go, yeah, let's try that out. So yeah, it's been great. I'll be getting into actually doing some comic book stuff soon, very soon, and I'm gonna try it there as well. I've noticed that doing it for comic book work is a little different. I feel like you can't always use it, but you can use it in certain places. No, no foot soldiers. It was a toss-up between the Mousers here or foot soldiers, and I decided to go with these guys because there's enough humanoid characters around. Like I said before, just to clear it up because some of you guys might not know. So these are going to be two prints. There's the bad guy print and the good guy. And I wanted to have the same amount of characters, so even though the Mousers, they're not individual characters, there's only like 4 of them, really small little ones. But I wanted it so like, if somebody just wanted one side, they didn't feel like, I don't know if you guys have ever been in there, but like, I'll see some prints, let's say it's Spider-Man, you'll have Spider-Man and like a couple heroes on the left, and on the right it's just like every single villain. If I was to go buy one, unless I'm diehard like Spider-Man fan, it almost feels like I get more for my money because of how many characters are on the other one. And it might look like shit, and that might make me not want to buy it, but I wanted it just to be balanced because I wanted, theoretically I want everybody to buy both, right? But I also want it for the people that can't buy both, that they'll have the option of buying one or the other, you know? And it's still, they still feel like they're getting, I don't say necessarily their money's worth, but like a quality piece, you know? So, that's why anyway, I went with these guys, because foot soldiers are everywhere. I don't think enough people drop or put Mousers everywhere. Like I say, obviously I dig them. I think they're really cool. And they're really like awesome, like I said, throwaway characters, but you can just throw a whole bunch of these guys on an image just to help with the composition and stuff. Sounds like a Street Fighter song. Oh yeah, sure, yep, absolutely. Yep. Silhouetting is not something that I don't even know if you could go back far enough to find out who started using it. I know a lot of people use it in concept art for movie and films with like Copic markers and stuff like that. It's just super easy to the concept art is a thing that's so different than comic books. You have to do some concept art in comic books, but for the most part, it's like the idea of creating something that doesn't exist. It's tough, man. That's a lot of work. So you got to find creative ways to get inspired with stuff, right? So with silhouettes and stuff, you can just hammer out shapes, and then eventually come across something. Hopefully. I swear that sounds like a Street Fighter song.
Neon Knight Rider.
Neon Knight Rider. So once we finish these guys too, we're going to make a file with both of them on here, and then put in a really quick background, nothing dramatic, just like a functioning background, it's like a really lame cityscape. And then we're going to move on to Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman print, and Mega Man. We're going to ink those up. Do you know how... Sorry. Do you know how you're to color it? Do I know how I'm gonna... How am I gonna color this? Is that your question? See you later, little monkey. Have fun in class.
Technodrome, the final shell shock.
Shit, dropped my toy. Okay, so let's get our line art going here. We're gonna have to okay, so break these apart so that they're their own layers. It's this guy here. Where's his body? Is it this one? Oh, it's that. Whoops. Alright, it's connected out to you. Okay, so he's done. This guy. Where's his friends? Let's dot the i's here. In grade school, were the artist kid in your class? Were the other class that could draw? I don't know if I would say. I mean, I suppose other people in the class may have said that I was, but I don't know. I don't think so. There were a couple people I looked up to. They would draw comic book stuff, and I thought that was just really cool. So I kind of just trace what people were drawing. And there was one guy that would draw faces, like monster faces. And I thought they were really cool, and he had like a sort of like a style of doing them. like how he would start like a process. So I watched him do that one day, and then when I would go home and just copy that process. But I never really shared anything, no. But again, I'm sure any of you guys that are like, if you guys were like the art kid in school, you may have felt like you weren't drawing that much, but people may say otherwise, like your classmates and stuff. Okay, so let's get our wand, save it first. We're gonna get the contour layers on these guys, and then pretty much all the line art's done for this stuff, except the background, which is exciting. It's always a little scary doing big pieces like these. Sometimes they don't come out, and a whole bunch of factors. I'm just happy with it. Okay, selected, let's do the old F9 trick. Let's see, so why did that happen? That's why. I've got multi, okay. We're just gonna wait a second here to go on break. Okay, so he's done. Let's go to the next guy. These little pieces I'm missing. Alright, the last one's this big guy here. Alright, sweet. So we got these guys, and put everything on there, and that's pretty much it. So, taking my break here, we'll be right back. So, just so you guys know, the next step that we're going to do is I'm just going to move these characters around just a little bit, just to make sure that the composition, everything's good. Make sure everything's where I like it. And then we're going to put in a super simple background. Very simple, actually, I'm assuming. We'll see when we get there. And then this will be wrapped up, ready to get inked, and it's going to get inked next week, I believe. I have to check, I'm not too sure on the schedule and stuff, but yeah, so we'll ink that up, and that'll be next week. But once this is done, again, we're going to be inking the Mega Man image and the superhero, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman. Okay, so let me just save it up here, and I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Okay. Let's turn another tomato up. What music? Donkey Kong Country's playing? Let's get one more here. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles OST. Let's see what comes up here. The original. Oh no, yeah, let's do this one. This is Nintendo. Good stuff. Yeah, we got Baxter. Baxter's in here. He's one of my favorites. He doesn't really do much, but he's a cool character. Alright, so let's get our timer going. What we're doing now, just to recap, is I'm just moving these characters around. Let me turn off actually the rough. We're not going to need that anymore. And we don't need perspective. So I'm just going to start moving characters around so that they kind of line up. Well, not that they have to line up with what the good guys are looking like. So I might not be able to see the chat for a little bit here, guys. I just need full screen here, and the Cintique's only so big, right? So I'm trying to compare line weights here. So I can see right away that Raphael, he's the closest one to us, but he is... Rocksteady's closer than... maybe he's not. Okay, let's see what we got here. So we're gonna make a... We're going to adjust all this stuff here, and then again the background, and then this one's done. So let's go to like a 15. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Okay, so Rocksteady, you're done there, bud. Bebop. Let's get you to like a nice 10. That's good. Yeah, that looks good. Shredder, I think he'll be the same. I'm 10 with him. With him and Leonardo are sort of on the same plane here, even though Leonardo's bigger than Shredder, so. And his cape, yeah, we should probably put that at the same. Okay, so we got that, then we got the big beefy Krang in the background. Suit. Let's put that to 8. Krang himself, he pops pretty well. I don't think we need to go too crazy. There you go. This is the fun part. It's sort of like you're kind of getting ready. You're like, all right, we're almost done. Just putting the bells and the whistles on stuff. So 8 on this one too. So he's about the same as Michelangelo, so let's take a look. Yeah, looks right. So, okay, now these little dudes. have to break them up because we got some that are in the foreground. This guy, which one is he? Yeah, looks about right there. Let's go there with him. And this little dude up here. Looks good. So it's 1 and 2, that's what. So these two, we're going to take them, put them underneath everybody here. So now they're there. Okay, so now that we have that, let's start doing some composition. So I'm just going to save. I got to go off screen. Well, you guys will be able to see it moving around, but I'm just going to the second monitor here so I can, again, get more real estate so I can move this stuff around. So be open Rocksteady, they're taking up quite a bit of space. Let's see if we move this guy around. That kind of makes them look like buddies. And right here, you're also trying to, or at least I'm trying to look at tangents, which means lines that run up against each other that make it look like they're part of the same line. We do not want that. Baxter looks, actually, yeah, Baxter looks good. I'd actually be able to move Krang up a bit. Because that whole top part up there, that's all going to get colored in. It's not getting cropped. There's a little bit of Baxter. Have it a little bit. This little guy we can kind of put in there. See, so this one we might be able to put up here too, just to, I think that's better, putting him up there for the composition. Actually, if we go here with them, we might be able to put him above Krang, just to make it look a little bit more, just to give it a little pop. See how he goes over top like that? What it's doing is pushing Krang in the background even more to make him feel more massive. Yeah, I like it. I like a lot. Let's flip it, take a look. Dig it. Alright, so let's get it back here, and we'll save it up. And you know what, I was saying the line art for the background. What I might actually do is I'm not going to draw a line art background. I'm going to save that for the coloring, because the coloring okay, so you don't feel like, or what I'm trying to say here is I don't ever want to skip steps. It's like drawing a background is skipping a step, but at the same time, I know this is going to get colored, and I might color it myself. I'm not confident yet on that 100%, but regardless who it is, there's always like painted backgrounds we can get, which I think might be better for this, because it doesn't have that hard line quality around it, which means the characters theoretically should pop more than the background, because nobody's going to care about the background. The background matters and doesn't matter at the same time, right? And I'm also going to have to, I think, move Leo over just a little bit, because it looks like he's going to go right up against that the cutoff there. Like if we look, let me just zoom in. So I turn off that paper. No, that's not right. Right, because we pasted it in. Okay, well. Anyway, we'll take a look, look at it in a little bit. So we saved it. And I'll post this on social media and stuff, so you guys can check that out. Oh, let me just catch up with what you guys are saying there. Hey, Michael. I don't know how long the coloring is going to take me on this. I want to say about 4 hours. Could be wrong. 4 sounds about right. The Mouser and Krang's hand. Let's take a look. In case I missed a tangent or something. Mouser and Krang's hand. Oh, is it when I had him up there? Okay, probably. Okay, so. What is this? Yep, we don't need that anymore. So we'll open up. Let's do. Alright, so we got the good liner. I guess we'll open that up. Okay, so I did fix it. See, if you look at Leo, he's not right up against, or actually he might still be. So I'm going to move Leo back a little bit here, because I don't want him to be so close. Like, I imagine if people frame this stuff, which some people, well, most people probably do if they put a picture on their wall, they probably frame it. I don't want certain framing to, like, you know how it sometimes cuts into the bleed area a little bit, which is inevitable. I don't want you to lose Leo's sword. Like, that would be ridiculous. I'd be upset. So let's just get our stuff here. I gotta turn this Nintendo music off. It's kind of bugging me. Alright, so let's take a look what we're doing here. Yeah, so it's up there. It's right against there. Okay, so Leo. Actually, we gotta move Leo and Casey Jones. Sorry, guys. You're coming in. You're coming in. And I just want to, shit. Okay, so Donatello's got to go back a little bit too. Crap. Or no, he doesn't. Yeah, their bandanas are touching. That sounds odd. I just wanted to just say something real quick here. If you notice, like, how I'm moving these characters back, how... Not how important, but how awesome it is being able to do that when you work like this. Like, you know, I'm pretty far. I'm not even on this side. I'm doing the other side. And just being able to move around a little bit, it saves so much time, you guys. You don't want to get stuck into a spot. Like, maybe, for whatever reason, I didn't see that he was just buttoned up way too close with that 11 by 17. But now that I can kind of see it here, it's good that I didn't see it and ran out of real estate here. So let's open up. Whoa, that got loud. Sorry. Let's open up Silhouette. Will probably be the smallest file. And this is where it started. Those of you that are interested, and I'll flip back and forth between them just so you guys can kind of see. Because it did change quite a bit, but it's still there. So there's our Silhouette. Let's go back and forth. So it's Different, but the same. Like Raphael's a great example. How much bigger I made him. The bad guys, they all stayed pretty much the same. Bebop changed a bit, but that's good. Okay, so we have all this. So I'm going to delete this. We're not going to need you. We do not need the thumbnails. Don't need the notes. Don't need the roughs. What is this? Okay. So this is credits. This is our paper. I'm actually going to combine them. Guides. Yeah, we'll leave that there. I don't know what the hell. Alright, so we got our good guys. Let's turn off the credits. Turn off whatever. What is this? There's nothing there. I think that's good. And we're going to merge layers. This is actually interesting. Once you start getting into like some pretty heavy files like this, you know, where there's a lot of overlap and a lot of things going on, it's always interesting when you have to start piecing things together. Now, this is the first time I've done this with like a double page spread this intricate. Usually I would just draw right on there. Right. So actually it looked like something happened there. Let me just go undo. We just want that. Alright, we'll turn that off. Make this gray, just to lower the file size. Tedious stuff. Okay, so we got that. So select all, copy, and I can just paste. Okay, so that's good. Then we're gonna do the exact same thing to the bad guys. Credits, turn that off. Don't need the good guys. Don't need any of the paper. I think that's everybody. Okay, layer, merge layers. Have you ever thought about sneaking in a submission by just sending in fan art for a back of Turtles book? And if you didn't get work from them, at least get more. No, not really. I might. What the hell? Let's try it, I guess. Yeah, like it doesn't hurt. But no, to be honest with you, I haven't thought of it. Not in any like meaningful way of actually doing something with it. If anything, it was doing turtle pitches and stuff to see if I could get work doing comic books for them. But pinups and stuff's usually, I don't know, for whatever reason, just, I would say it's frowned upon, but I was always under the assumption that it's cool to send in the pinups and stuff, but anything's better than nothing, so you're right in this case. So this is taking so long because if you guys look, like this is a massive file here, right? 600 dpi, 22 by 17 inches. I think that's, yeah, double page spread. So it takes a little longer. I don't have the fastest computer here, apparently. So when we're saving a lot of these files, they're kind of brutal. So let's paste that in there. Now, what's beautiful about Manga Studio is it automatically pastes where it's supposed to. So right here, this blue line, this is theoretically what's going to get, if you were doing comic books, that would get cut off. All the way up to this solid blue line, all gone. So I want these guys on the far left as I can get them. And these guys on the far right as much as I can get them. It's not going to get cut off there in the print. I'm actually going all the way, like a full bleed. So the turtles, I might actually just move them over just a little bit more. Like that. Just make sure nothing's really getting lost. Wraps other hands off, so I don't really like that. Kind of sucks. Oh well, we'll see. We'll see. We can always adjust. And everything else is good. Okay, so let's save this up here. because this will be our working inking file. Because as you can tell, like now that I have this, I can just ink over top. I don't need all the intricate stuff because we've already worried about that, right? So let's go file, save as. Where do I have it? TMNT, good versus bad. There we go. Inks. And like I said, we'll be doing this next week. But for now, we're going to. I think we're going to do the Mega Man one first. That'll be a nice little change of pace here. But first, just let me share this one picture online with you guys. You know, for those that are interested. So you guys can kind of see what I'm looking at. I know it's a little weird on stream. You can't really see a lot of that stuff. Just going to highlight that, edit crop. Okay. Facebook. Okay. So what I'm also going to do as well, you guys, just so you know, I'm going to cut the stream and then start a new one. That way it's a different video for the Mega Man inking stuff. So we won't have like the big 8-hour one like we did last time. There we go. So we got that. Bad. There you go. Okay, so just give me a minute or two here. If you guys are on Facebook, you can check it out. I'll make a post there. You guys will be able to check out the artwork. And Twitter as well. Almost done. Gotta post everywhere. Post, 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 post. Alright, cool. So, let's get this going here. So, like I said, I'm going to, let me open it up here, get that started. I'm just going to kill the stream. That way it saves it out. We can go back to it later. But let's open up our Mega Man. And I'm also going to take a 5-minute break, you guys. The timer's about to run out anyway, so may as well. LINEART. Let me just make sure where we're at. Thanks, Keeman. I'm glad, man. Yeah, this is going to be real fun to ink. Super simple, nothing too crazy. It's mostly just gonna be like line art inking. I'll save all that for when we're doing it. So is a line art all one layer? Was I smart enough? Nope, I'm stupid. Oh no, wait, maybe we're smart. No, we're stupid. Okay, so we don't need that. Don't need the paper anymore. Reference, what is this? Don't need you. Definitely don't have a script. Borders, I don't know what that is. Let's get rid of that. Titles, that's fine. So line art, we are going to combine selected layer. Da, 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 da. Loading, loading, loading. Okay, put that to gray. So now all of our line arts, basically what we just did with the Ninja Turtles one. I thought I did this already, I guess not. So everything now is its own layer. This way now I can kind of come in here with a new layer. And we can start our inking. So let me save this up as a different file. Inks. Cool. So give me 5 minutes, you guys. Like I said, the stream is going to die here. And then I'm going to turn it back on. And when I come back in 5 minutes, the stream will restart. And we can start inking. Okay? So stick around and we will be right back.